Good evening. I'll call this meeting of the Ventura Unified Board of Education to order. Adoption of the agenda. Is there any changes to the agenda, Dr. Castro?
Yes, Dr. Dannenberg. Item 17A is the list of submitted agreements or contracts to the board. Items 9, 10, and 11 we're going to remove so that way staff can have more time to update the bond implementation plan before taking action on those items. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any comments for closed session? Do not have any public comments. Okay. With that, we'll be moving to closed session to discuss public employee.
Sorry, Dr. Dannenberg, I'll move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
I'm sorry.
I second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now we'll talk about the closed session agenda. Public employees discipline, dismissal release pursuant to Education Code 54957B. Then we have two things with our counsel regarding litigation and pending litigation. And finally, we have conference with our labor negotiations. What's that? Oh, yes. And then we've got the pupil matters. Pupil matters pursuant to Government Code 35146, 48916, and 48918. Any questions?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we'll move to closed session. Welcome to the Ventura Unified School District School Board meeting. I'll call this regular session to order. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Mrs. Don.
Sure. Board President, Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Vice President, Mr. Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Trustee James Forsythe.
Here.
Trustee Alicia Lavier.
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Superintendent, Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Student Board Member, Sienna Modi.
Here.
Student Board Member, Ria Gill.
Here.
And Student Board Member, Elizabeth Lopez.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Report of action taken in closed session. Tonight in closed session, the Board of Education took action to approve an agreement with employee reference number 2014064. The roll call vote was 5 ayes approving the separation agreement. Thank you. Okay, Superintendent's report. Good news. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. Well, first, we'd like to take a moment in honor of board member appreciation to call attention to some certificates. The public can't necessarily see them, but a moment ago it was suggested that maybe you put these on your refrigerator, and that way everyone in your home can be more proud of you than they are already, especially those of you with young children. But what I'll share on behalf of our staff and potentially on behalf of our community is thank you for continuing to be responsive to our community as an elected official, for continuing to communicate your receptiveness to the feedback and the ideas of our community, for providing clear and consistent direction to us as staff, and that's via ongoing dialogue, in particular as it relates to our board goals. And finally, and we've had a lot of this recently, your steadfast commitment to our fiscal sustainability. You're continuing to balance the impacts of declining enrollment and competing interest across the district, all with the intention for us to be able to recruit and retain the most qualified employees in service of our students and our families. So on behalf of the staff, thank you very much for your service.
Mine still goes to my mom's house. So.
Okay, and moving on to our gratitude awards, we have 3 individuals being recognized today. And as I call attention to these 3, we'll see others who are also being recognized. But the first one is Armani Nicoli from Ventura High School, a student who is noted as being genuine, thoughtful, hardworking, always on time. It makes the classroom a better place, super supportive of peers with the generosity and kindness that is authentic and leads by example. This individual is humble, shows a maturation beyond their years, and Armani's excellent work and dedication in and out of the classroom is the reason that they're being recognized. So we'll hold our appreciation for the end. The next is Jose Lopez of Facilities. Jose was identified as being an incredible professional with the utmost care to individuals' concerns and also the facilities around them. The anecdote that was shared was that on a specific instance, Jose was called out to address one issue, but was there to address everything that came up as a result. And the appreciation was thorough in professionalism, for his professionalism and kind. So thank you, Jose. The last recognition is for Farah Ali, a teacher at Balboa. Farah is identified as being, or shared as being, always putting the students' needs first, putting in that extra time for lesson planning and structuring a classroom, is available to students during breaks and other times during the day, and is continues to be an amazing teacher showing up for students. And so with that, let's recognize our awardees. Thank you.
We'll move on to our student reports. Sienna?
Hi, my name is Sienna Modi. I am the ASB president at El Camino High School this year. We've seen a lot of student achievement recently at El Camino, a major example of this being our early graduates for the 2023 to 2024 school year. Due to the flexibility of independent study and dual enrollment opportunities available at El Camino, students are able to accelerate their learning and make the option of early graduation possible. These students worked incredibly hard and are a great example of student achievement, which was one of the board priorities this year. Another board priority is building culture and climate. In November, we had our Friendsgiving-themed quad day, which consisted of a potluck, a friendship bracelet-making station, and fun games and activities. This quad day was a great way for students to get together and socialize, as well as meet new friends. Students at El Camino also have to take classes at Ventura College every semester. Ventura College's finals week took place from December 11th to December 15th. To motivate and uplift students during this notoriously stressful period of time, we had snacks and supplies set up in the office for students to grab as fuel. On Friday, we also had ice cream in the quad. This week also doubled as a spirit week of sorts. Students were invited to wear their college gear all week long. Our clubs have also been doing really well. Our multicultural club and baking club recently put on a cookie decorating and ornament decorating event at Homestead, the K-8 independent study school across the street from El Camino. It's been really cool to see how much our clubs have come along and grown and expanded since the beginning of our school year. We have information nights coming up, which are going through the end of January and the rest of February. And then as for upcoming events, we have our halfway quad day, referring to halfway through the school year, which is occurring on this Friday. And then we also are planning Kindness Week, which is going to be in February. Thank you so much.
Okay. Next, Ray.
Hi, my name is Ria Gill. I'm the ASB president this year of Foothill Technology High School, and here are some of our highlights from November through January. So first of all, we have some student achievement with our HOBY, I believe it's pronounced, or maybe hobby attendees. So we have two sophomores, Joshua Gelman and Jane Kim. And Josh is a ASB vice president, actually, of Foothill. He's very hardworking. He always brings innovative ideas to the table. And Jane is the president of JSA, which is Junior State of America, a club at Foothill. She's also very intelligent and she's very humble. I know both of these people personally, so I'm glad I have a moment to recognize them. And so for the HOBY conference, these students had to be elected by teachers, and both of them had either almost all of their teachers recognize them for their leadership inside and outside of the classroom. And yeah. And then next we had Winter Formal on December 16th, which falls under the board priority of culture and climate. It's one of my personal favorites because it's an opportunity for all grades to go to a formal dance, and we all get to mesh together and just hang out. And then it also keeps Foothill's culture thriving because it's a very popular event. You know, it happens every year. People are consistently looking forward to it. And this year it had an attendance of almost 600 people. And as a whole, it's just one of the most fun events that we have. And then this was something new this year. It was our Less Stress Week. It was led by the Wellness Center, but heavily supported by ASB, and it focused on giving to our school's community and its wellness. Something that we like to focus on at Foothill is giving more than you ask for, and that was definitely focused on this week. So the Wellness Center on one day set up a petting zoo, and it was really fun, as you can see in the photo on the presentation. That's a student holding like a little piglet. It was so fun, so cute. There were many animals, and it was really busy, but very well organized. And then in addition to, it's okay. And then in addition to that, on Friday, we had the Love on a Leash Foundation come with their dogs to, you know, just give support and some de-stressing before finals. And a little bit more about the Love on the Leash Foundation. They are a foundation that brings therapy dogs to groups that might need stress relief, and that's definitely what high schoolers need right before finals. And then last but not least, this was last Friday, we had our Popcorn Call-In event. This was a new event where during announcements, there is a trivia question in regards to whatever national day it is. So last Friday was National Popcorn Day. And the first class to call in using the classroom phone to the front office with the correct answer gets like whatever food or item the national day is for. And it was really fun. We heard from the front office that there's a lot of participation. And it was also fun for ASB because we got to just like grab the popcorn bags and run around the campus, bring it to the students in the classes. And that's all for the events. So the main priority that I focused on this time was culture and climate, as we saw with Winter Formal and the new events. But I'm also glad that I got to touch on the sophomores and Hobie, because that's student achievement, something that was a goal of mine to touch on last presentation. But coming up, we have our Jostens Renaissance events, which are events, it's a new event every month. And what we'll do is we submit a photo or a video to Jostens, the company, that they give us like our Renaissance merchandise and whatnot. And each month we'll be put into a raffle to win $500, which is really great because we can use that for future Renaissance events. And then after that, we have our second semester Renaissance Rally, which I'm very excited for. They're more to just recognize students for their academic achievements. And then we have Kindness Week. I believe El Camino is also going to have one around the same time. And that's going to be put on by our connection team, just to, promote kindness on campus, because that's always great. And then last but not least, we have air guitar, which is a bit away in May, but I'm always excited for air guitar. It's our version of a talent show, and it's really great because it's a closed campus day, so everyone's together on campus in the quad, and we get to just watch people show off their talents, the things that they worked hard to put together for us. So yeah, that's all. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
I had a question. What HOBie stood for, the acronym? I didn't know.
Oh, yes. Could you go back to the first slide? Unfortunately, do not know too much about it, but it is a leadership conference, and so it says that basically their whole mantra, I guess, is to help students discover a newfound sense of awareness, confidence, connection, and purpose. I know it is specifically for sophomores, and they're elected by teachers. One of my good friends went last year too, and she said that the teachers put in, I guess, kind of votes. I'm not sure exactly to who, but yeah, it's the Hugh O'Brien Youth Leadership Conference.
Okay, I see the HOB. Okay, HOB.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And now Elizabeth.
Hi, good evening, Board President Dannenberg, Board Trustee, and Superintendent Dr. Castro. My name is Elizabeth Lopez. I'm a student in the front and back office at VACE. And tonight I'm delighted to present an overview of the remarkable achievements and initiatives that have taken place at Ventura Adult and Continuing Education at VACE. Our dedicated instructors and students have been at the forefront of fostering educational excellence and community engagement while supporting the Board of Education 2023 and 2024 priorities. VACE participated in the district's Cheers for Children program, as well as our own holiday food drive and the annual ALF program that ensures children receive gifts at the winter holidays. 27 VACE families received support from Cheers for Children and the food drive, and 48 children received gifts for the holidays. Additionally, VACE's Adult Basic Education and High School Equivalency classes, in partnership with Ventura High School NHS Club, and 50 candy cane grams to the Veterans Home in Ventura. And our classroom got first place for the best, most decorated and most, just stuff that a family would need during Christmas. And so I was a participant in that one. And it was just really fun to communicate with your fellow students, because sometimes, we're always studying and we're just focused on studying, but it's good to get to know everybody that is in school with you. This academic year, we're excited to share that VACE has completed over 70 high school and equivalency graduates so far. Congratulations, graduates. Ventura Adult and Continuing Education ESL programs empower individuals by enhancing language proficiency, fostering cultural exchange, and promoting community integration. Beginning December, ESL instructor Heidi Sohn began a reading and discussion group for English language learners. The group is reading I Am Malala, a book about a Nobel Peace Prize winner who refused to be silent by the Taliban, and she fought for her right to an education. VACE received an ELL grant providing a bridge to our back office medical assisting training, which I'm a part of, and I really enjoy it. My teacher is Margie. She's so wonderful. VACE Introductory Caregiving Program is designed to provide participants with fundamental capabilities for effective and compassionate caregiving. And I've got to help assist teaching the caregiving class because I have 30 years of experience in caregiving, and we're going to start another caregiving class next month. And the course focuses on caregiving instruction in English for our second language learners. New caregiving, hospitality, and paraeducator classes will be starting this spring. Since the last Ventura Unified School District Board meeting, several VACE career technical education graduates secured employment in computer-aided design, medical assisting, which I got to work with Serena, and she just passed her CMA certificate, and accounting. You may recognize our former student board president, Alex Castro. He graduated from VACE in December and started a new job for the following week, which I'm really proud of him. We extend our congratulations to Best Wishes VACE graduates who are now gainfully employed. Congratulations to Student of the Month, Cyril Strickler. She is close to completing her certificate in graphics, web, and print program, and she is also a wonderful artist. On January 17th, my principal was recognized by Ventura Chamber at the annual meeting and board installation for celebrating 30 years of membership. VACE appreciates your support and attention and remains committed to providing high-quality education, fostering community engagement, and preparing our students for successful futures. And I just want to say I really love this program. I will be graduating in June, and my teacher says she has so many people that want me to work for them that I just, I just love it. So thank you for inviting me here to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two pieces of correspondence from the County Office of Education. The first one deals with the eligibility for assistance under California's accountability system. Dr. Castro?
Yes, Dr. Dannenberg, thank you. We'll touch base on some of the metrics that contribute to this during Dr. Bayless's presentation. But the short version is that under California's accountability system, utilizing the metrics in the California School Dashboard, all districts have the capacity or the capability of monitoring 13 student groups, unique student groups. We were found eligible for differentiated assistance for needs of improvement in 2 of those student groups, namely our foster youth and our homeless population. There's all kinds of other improvement that we need to do, but the county office and thereby the state will be keeping track of our progress and addressing those issues specifically over the coming years. And every single year, the metrics get updated on the California School Dashboard. We can exit differentiated assistance, but we can't officially, even after we get the metrics and we may know that we may be eligible to leave, we can't officially exit differentiated assistance as an eligibility criteria until the update of the California School Dashboard, which is supposed to get posted earlier and earlier in successive years. So that's that document. And then the next document is, as you said, another recognition from the County Office of Ed. Asan Mirza, not here tonight, and his staff submitted our first interim report, and the county office agreed that the district has a positive certification.
Thank you. Okay. Before we move to public comments, this is the time that student board members, you're welcome to leave if you like. You're also welcome to stay. We'd love to have you stay, but if you have studying to do or other things you need to do, we understand and appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. We have, this is now our public comment time, so Ms. Quiros, would you like to make some comments, please, before we start?
Absolutely, thank you. Good evening. I will be handling the timer this evening. Please remember that if you'd like to make a public comment on a specific agenda item, you must indicate the item number on your public comment card, or we'll call you up for general public comment. Before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that each person should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides a strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities, meetings, and events, and in the use of district electronic, digital systems and platforms. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students that attend and watch our meetings, so please keep language as respectful as possible. President Dannenberg, if you want to call our first public speaker.
Yes, we have one speaker tonight, Sharia Egbert.
Thank you and welcome. Welcome school board and welcome Superintendent Dr. Castro. I just came tonight for representing Ventura Council PTA, and I have some really exciting news to share. Ventura Council PTA was recently awarded a National PTA grant for the Center of Family Engagement. We are one of 8 PTAs across the nation to receive this grant, and we are so honored to have been selected. This program is part of the National PTA's efforts to advance school-family partnerships to best support students along their educational journey. Yvette Johnson, president of the National PTA, states, "Strong partnerships between families and schools are critical to support our students' success academically, socially, and emotionally, and there could not be a more urgent time for this, especially after COVID." And this is perfect timing because I know that this is in alignment with the LCAP goals, and so this is going to support what you are already doing. This grant's going to provide a light and a path and a template. Our council is incredibly grateful to have our school chosen for this grant because it's going to give us opportunities to improve the ways, even more, the way we surround our students for what they need to succeed at school, home, and in the greater community. To give you a little update, this center was developed in 1998, and the 6 standards, which I will be sending you information on later, but it was updated in 2022 to reflect the times of today after getting feedback from many places across the nation and different demographics. What's changed today is it used to be more traditionally more of a test score, an academic success, but now today it's more whole child centered. In addition to academics, your social emotional well-being. The other thing that is included and integrated into every policy and decision-making thing is the, as you know, diversity, equity, and inclusion, to get diverse voices. The why, what this grant has proven to do across the nation, because it's been adopted by many school districts, is it actually ups the grades and reduces the discipline problems and enhances social well-being.
30 seconds.
Okay. We just want to say we look forward to collaborating with the school and the PTAs and the district. And if there's anything you have planned, if there's anything that we can do to help or come to your events, we want to support family engagement in the things that you are doing. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? No other comments. Okay, we'll move on to our action agenda, but before doing the action agenda, we've been asked to move item 20A, our Personnel Commission report, up. Understand we have a member of the Personnel Commission here that may be helping with the report, so we welcome her and thank you. Yeah, yay.
I was just looking over my script.
Okay. Good evening, President Dannenberg, members of the board, and Dr. Castro. On behalf of the Personnel Commission, we want to thank you for our time this evening to share with you the Personnel Commission's annual report for the 2022-23 school year. This report will highlight some of the activities and events of the Personnel Commission and our classified service. Next slide. So we always begin our report by just highlighting the district's promise, its pillars, mission, and vision statement, as well as the guiding principles. We also take a little bit of time just to highlight what the merit system is. So simply stated, the merit system is a fair and equitable personnel management system designed for classified employees, similar to the civil service system. The mainstay of the merit system is our Personnel Commission, which is comprised of 3 members. Ann Campbell is the board's appointee, and then we also have an appointee made by VESPA, and in turn, those 2 appointees appoint our joint commissioner. And we'll get into who our commissioners are on the next slide.
So, as she just said, I was thankfully appointed by the board to be your representative to the Personnel Commission. I loved hearing the adult ed person give their report, because that was my first job at the district here, was teaching at night. And I taught that program that she is in, the medical front and back office. I taught the front office, and John Lowe's taught the back office. And that's where I started in the district, and I loved it there so much, and still do. And Carolyn is here, and I love Carolyn. And then I went to a classified position at Ventura High, and then certificated after that for several years, which I loved, at Ventura, De Anza, hi Hector, and Buena. And now here I am, still helping out at the Personnel Commission, which I'm really enjoying, because I'm loving getting to know all the jobs and all the people that work those jobs. And I don't know how Andrea juggles all these people, part-time, full-time, all kinds of people, but she does it. And she has a good crew helping her. The other person that's on is Kathy Stallings. Kathy is wonderful because she has been a classified employee here for this district for so many years, and she knows so many people and knows so many jobs. And her input is always really good. And then John Walker, who's, you know, invaluable. 29 years on the board here and on state boards and everything else. So we are the 3 who are on the commission. Now on the next slide, it tells all the numbers of the classified employees that you have in your district here. 916 regular ones, 330 substitute ones, 24 management, and 10 confidential. That's a lot of people to keep track of.
That it is. One of the functions that the Personnel Commission is responsible for is for classification and compensation. And so some of the responsibilities that fall under classification and compensation include defining, categorizing, and allocating positions to the appropriate classifications or job titles, if you will, assigning classifications within a hierarchy, and then developing the written job descriptions for those positions. The board may recognize these 9 classifications listed here, as those are a result of new positions that you as the board have approved for the district to fulfill a need within the district. And so after the board approves the positions, if they're brand new positions, then the next step is taking a request to approve the job description to go along with the essential duties. And so the commission is then responsible for developing the knowledge, skills, abilities that are required for those responsibilities, as well as developing the minimum qualifications. And so this past year, in partnership with our board, 9 new classifications were developed. Another goal of the commission has been to really develop the career ladders for our classified employees. And so we've done a lot of deep diving, a lot of research, and a lot of revisions to our current classifications within job categories. This has been an endeavor for the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. So in years past, we have focused on our instructional job category, our accounting job category, and our transportation job category. This past year, the focus was on child nutrition services and school site clerical. And as we move into this fiscal year, we are hoping to dive into our facilities job category and our human resources job category. Lastly here on this slide, our new hires and initial salary placement, something that we have been really excited about district-wide, and that was made possible in partnership with VESPA, of course with our Board of Education and District Administration. And so through the negotiations process, we were able to come up with some really creative language that would help the district hire classified employees at higher than step 1 if they brought to us education and experience above and beyond the minimum qualifications. Historically here, the commission rules have said that all new hires come in at step 1 and step 1 only, which really hindered us being able to be competitive when we're bringing on new hires. So to extend that new hire initial salary placement, the commission, we also work closely with the commission to make sure that we incorporated that into our commission rules, which it allowed us to extend those same set of criteria to our classified management and our confidential employees. I just wanted to highlight in the 22-23 school year, we were able to onboard 150 new classified employees into regular positions. And out of those 150 employees, the average step that we were able to bring employees in at was step 3. So a higher step, sooner in the employment years of service. And so we're just looking forward to continuing our partnership with everyone to make ourselves competitive, to bring on new hires, and to retain our current employees.
So the recruitment and selection activity, this is mind-blowing. 4,196 applications received, 104 recruitments, 390 written exams given, 161 performance exams given, 523 qualification appraisal interviews. A lot of people.
And Ann and I talked about this last week when we were reviewing these numbers, and the 104 total number of recruitments, we just have to stop and realize sometimes it takes several recruitments to fill the same position. So that's not necessarily 104 positions, but we've had a lot of difficulty filling accounting positions, paraeducator positions, the list goes on. And so we've had to open some recruitments multiple times. So that 104 accounts for that. On the next slide, every month we report our transactions to the Personnel Commission, and then as the board is aware, those come forward to you for ratification on the consent agenda at our board meetings. And so just to highlight, we highlighted the number of new hires, promotions, appointments, etc., and the numbers are there.
And notice on the recruitment events, 50 of them last year. So they're really trying hard to fill all those spots. Longevity increases, as you can see here, there's longevity increases for 4 years, 9 years, 14, 8, 19, 24, and 29 years of service. And this gives you the percentage that they get the increases for.
And then we'd like to dedicate a few pages in our annual report just recognizing our retirees. We like to highlight all the good things that our employees are doing as well. And so we just take the time to recognize who our retirees were during the year. And then on the next slide, we celebrate the employees that accomplished these 25, 30, and 35-year milestones in their career. Lastly, on our last two slides, we just highlight who our team is. And as Ann said, all of this work would not be possible without the team that we have in the classified HR department, and also our partners closely in the certificated HR department. And so left to right, I'll just highlight Katie Cogburn. She is our HR specialist. Rita Montejano is one of our HR technicians. We've got Belen Gonzalez, who is our HR supervisor. Of course, there I am. And then to my right is Jackie Lopez, our talent acquisition specialist. Alex Willoughby, who is one of our HR specialists. And then lastly, Reina Murillo, who is our HR analyst.
And we'd like to thank you on behalf of the Personnel Commission and all of us in the classified, all of these people in the Classified Human Resources Department. Thank you for supporting the Commission's activities during the past fiscal year and for your dedication supporting our students and family. And this says VUSD, great place to work. It is. I've worked here for a million years and I'm still here. And I don't look my age at all, right? Questions?
Well, first of all, thank you, Ms. Campbell, for your service and your willingness to continue to serve the district. We really appreciate it as a board, and we appreciate getting your reports to the board about what's going on with the Personnel Commission. Are there any questions for either of these ladies?
No questions specifically, but I just wanted to thank you and the Classified HR office. They were at every back-to-school night. I've seen them at countless community events. I mean, really hustling to help us fill the vacancies, and I appreciate all the extra time and effort that goes into that. And then also the work that was done to structurally put us in the right place to be not only competitive, but hopefully a great place where we can attract people back to our district and make sure that we're able to hire like the best and brightest. That's really who we want, and our classified employees are essential to doing the work that we do, and they're just great people, and so thank you for making sure that we find them.
We couldn't run a district without them, could we? And we should all give Andrea and her team lots of coffee, because they're going to be working hard in the next few months recruiting.
Okay.
No, just thank you, and I like the hashtag. It's really good, and it just highlights all the great work that you guys are doing, and with retention and how far we've come. So thank you.
Just echoing what my colleagues have said. I mean, it's wonderful. I really enjoy the report and how clear it is. I really appreciate the fact that we're really striving to make those necessary changes to be competitive against the other districts.
Yeah.
I mean, just the fact that we had 50 recruits for these recruiting events, that's a wonderful thing. And I think some of them were at the parent night, I believe. So, hopefully we get some more local people, parents, hopefully. That's all great things. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for all you do. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you. I echo the appreciation. And I was just wondering, like, sometimes I'm at conferences, I've been to like 4 or 5 of them, where school districts are from out of the area going to the conference, like Los Angeles and San Diego. Do we do that as well? On different
For recruitment conferences?
Yeah, well, like there's like the Latino Board Conference and the CASA Conference. In those conferences, they have school districts that are actually recruiting in those conferences. And I was wondering, do we also do that type of
I know that we've gone to the CABE conference, which has been more of a local thing, but we can certainly look at other opportunities outside the district. I know in years past, like for certificated, we tend to be able to recruit people from outside the area for certificated positions, maybe not so much for classified, but we'll see what the future brings with some things we have on the horizon.
Thank you.
And again, thank you, and Ms. Campbell, thank you for coming out and sharing again with us. We appreciate it.
And thank you for moving us up to the front. That's so exciting.
You're quite welcome. Okay, moving on to the action agenda. Request for consideration of revised course, AP Computer Science Principles. This is the first read. Dr. Bayless.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. Trustees, pleased to bring this recommendation to you. It falls under the umbrella of diversifying our math offerings. Currently, we have the ability to provide UC A to G math for seniors that might struggle to get that third year of high school math in order to graduate. We have money management. What we're requesting here and recommending is that AP Computer Science Principles per the state allowance is also allowed to be a local mathematics course required for graduation, or it fulfills that third year. So we're not asking that it replace Math 1 or Math 2. And again, given it's not an A to G third year of math, but it does provide another option for students outside of money management that puts them in contact with a great teacher at Ventura High School who supported this. So I want to thank Linda Bergfeld and to any other school that adopts AP Computer Science Principles. So I'm pleased to bring this before you. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Dr. Bayless?
I was just curious, so how will we ensure that the students who are taking this fully understand that it isn't going to help them with A to G? Because it's like, I mean, it's complicated, right? So we want to make sure that if a student's enrolling in this, that they know that if they plan to go to Cal State and UC, that this isn't going to count for a math.
Yeah, that great question. That comes down to counseling, and based on what we're recommending that it be adopted as, There are certain prerequisites, so students can't take it as a freshman. They can't take it in place if they passed Math 1. They can't take it as a second year Math 2. I mean, there are requirements. So we are asking you to have it fulfill a math requirement at a certain place, a certain time in a student's life and trajectory. So, but that does come down to counseling and making sure students are aware. So in the conversations that I've had with Director of Secondary Bobby Powers, the goal is, in her work with counselors, is that it is, it's very clear it's been being allowed by permission for these students who are in a bit of a bind and need that third year of math as a senior.
And then I guess my second question is, are we any closer to being able to offer this at any of our other schools?
Well, we are getting closer because, as I'm going to talk about a little bit later.
It's a great class. I mean, my daughter's
yes.
again, I know and Lynn is amazing, so I just think it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, I think we are getting close.
Good.
Yep. And we have it's not exactly analogous. We don't have computer science principles at Foothill, but we have a computer science pathway at Foothill. It's named differently. It's articulated with colleges, so they get college credit. So Buena is coming around, and we expect that it'll be on the master schedule next year at Buena High School.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Bayless? If not, this is a first read, but we can approve it tonight if somebody would like to make a motion.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
15B, request for consideration, new course pilot, accelerated sixth grade math. Again, this is a first read. Dr. Bayless.
Yeah, thank you once again. So this is the second item, falls under that umbrella of diversifying our math offerings. Current board policy, current administrative regulations allow for students to accelerate in any subject, but it happens a lot in middle school math, where they can challenge the course and test out of a given course. Oftentimes it's 7th grade math or 8th grade math, so that they can take Math 1 as an 8th grader. So the challenge now with our high schools all on block scheduling is that it's very difficult for 8th graders who successfully challenged the course and accelerated per our board policy to be in an in-person course. So we've had to send them to the college, which is great, but that can be a challenging option for some freshmen, or we've had to provide an independent study option. So this was actually in the works pre-COVID. We got sidetracked from COVID, so if the question is why now, that's one of the reasons, is that we do have a demand for it. And our current acceleration procedure is just coming up against logistics of the mismatch between the bell schedules between middle school and high school. So our pilot proposal is something that's done in many districts, in Santa Barbara District, in Pleasant Valley, in Conejo, Ojai. It's a compaction model, so you compact 3 years of math, middle school math, into 2 years, so that students can take Math 1 on their middle school campuses, and we're going to pilot this at 2 middle schools next year, at Data and at Cabrillo, if you approve it. And so we're hoping to see if this provides fulfillment of a desire, and also there are many universities and colleges that want 5 years of high school math, particularly for STEM majors. And so this is a pathway to do that. So again, this falls under that umbrella of diversifying our math options for our students. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Obviously. You answered kind of one of my questions, which is about the 5-year math requirement. So this will still count for students even if they take it in middle school, meet that 5-year.
Yeah, that's correct. So there's a California state requirement that all students complete Math 1. It's just a level subject requirement, and that can be completed in 8th grade. So what it does is enables a high-performing math student to take Math 1 honors as an 8th grader, Math 2 honors as a freshman, Math 3 honors as a sophomore, calculus, some form of calculus, Calc BC, Calc AB at their junior year, and then they can move on and take multivariate calculus or another calculus at the college, or even AP statistics or something else to give them that 5-year level of math when they apply for college.
And then I guess my follow-up questions is, are we intending to offer this at all of our middle schools? And then how would it work at the K-8s? And then before you answer that, what are we putting in place to ensure that students who maybe are not obviously identified based on some prior performance would have the opportunity to access it if they or their parents were interested?
Yeah, great questions. So this is not a GATE course. This is not. This is about acceleration. So right now we're hand selecting students for these pilot courses because again it's a pilot. And we're trying it out at those 2 middle schools. So if it's successful, we absolutely can expand it, but that's not where we're going to start. There are some challenges associated with having Math 1 at the middle school. Some of them are related to HR and credentialing. You have to have preferably a full math credential. You can't use multiple subject credentials. And we happen to be very fortunate to have those portfolio of teachers at those 2 sites that can do it. So it's just not something we have the ability to offer at K-8, but could we get into a multi-siting arrangement? Absolutely, we could explore that. And then I think I answered your last question, but hopefully I...
What's the process for parents if they identify they want their kid to try?
So right now, we're identifying students. So this is not something that it's going to be based on course requests as a pilot course. So presumably if it's successful and we want to continue it and we want to expand it, we'll develop criteria. We'll invite parents to request the course in ways that they request other courses. But as of right now, we're hand selecting students. So again, it's not based on any sort of identification prior. Again, it's not expressly exclusive to GATE at all, and it's built on criteria established in the elementary school years, teacher recommendations, and mostly district assessments and CAPS scores.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate you asking about the responding to the credentialing question. I guess that's one thing that would hinder this program to expand would be proper credentialing. Are these classes going to be designed to be smaller in scale or smaller in student, or is it going to be eventually a typical class?
Yeah, great question. No, usually we reserve sort of small enrollment, small classes for intervention courses. There's nothing that about this course where it needs to be small. So it's really, again, this is new territory for us, but it's really based on identification through the criteria that we are proposing to establish. So no, this would be a part of the middle school's master schedule staffing allotment. It would be based on the regular staffing ratio, not an intervention course.
Thank you so much.
When you're saying hand selecting, is principal, the teacher, you, who's doing the selecting, and how many are you in the first pilot? How many are you going to select?
Well, our fantastic secondary team, particularly with Shelley Harder, our secondary math and science TOSA is working with the principals and with the teachers, the middle school teachers that are proposed to teach this course, looking at data, and working with presumably with principals and teachers from the elementary school. So right now our plan is 1 course at each site, so that's in the mid-30s, but we've yet to move forward with it just in case you had some input.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Yes.
I did have a follow-up question. Actually, so our youngest daughter did this at Cabrillo as part of an earlier pilot, and I was just curious if we've tracked to see kind of what the results were for those. I mean, she was in the group that graduated at the first year of COVID, right? So maybe the results aren't going to be as great as we would like, but I would just be curious to see how many of those kids did in fact take 4 years of math in high school.
Are you talking about students that accelerated with our current acceleration model where they tested?
She took Math 1 at Cabrillo as an 8th grader.
At Cabrillo as an 8th grader. Okay, that's probably predated me, so no, we haven't tracked that. So in my time here in this district over the last 8 years, we've had this this test out challenge model. We've not had Math 1 on middle school campuses.
But we're going to track this.
Yes, that's absolutely the plan.
Okay, if there are no more questions, again, this is a first read. We can bring it back or we can improve it tonight. Was the desire of the board?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
15C, presentation of site-specific Prop 28 plans for board approval. And before you even start, Dr. Bayless, I would like to thank all of our staffs that have worked so hard. I know that many parent groups have been anxious to get this money out into the schools, and we've been anxiously waiting for it. So thank everybody for their hard work to get us there. So with that, would you give us some information, please?
Yeah, my pleasure. This is something that we're all very excited about. That excitement is tinged with a little bit of confusion since this is new for everyone. This is, of course, a product of the states passing the proposition that dedicates a certain amount of yearly money towards expanding arts and music access for students, and it's an allocation that's based on a formula. We don't, I want to make this really clear to the public, we don't have the money yet, or Asan hasn't told me we have the money yet. But he promised he would, he is gone, oddly, no. He promised he would tell the moment we get it. So we're presenting these plans to you for review prior to us receiving the money reportedly in the next month, so that then we can move forward with this year's plan, even though we're halfway done with this year. I'll be back in maybe 2 board meetings with next year's plans, so there'll be a little bit of deja vu here. But this process that this packet of materials in your board materials represents is almost about a half a year or more worth of principals working with their staff, their parents, surveying their parents and students, trying to find out what they would like, what they conforms to the law. And I just want to point out, for the benefit of the public, to learn more about how Prop 28 works, the funding mechanisms, the rules, what you can and can't do. As much as we know is on one single FAQ page. And so if you just Google .cde FAQ Prop 28, it'll take you to about what do we have now? We have about 27 questions about Prop 28. So there are no experts yet, but this is what we have to go on. So I'm really pleased to bring these to you. That's designed to expand arts, all kinds of arts, pretty expansively defined throughout our district. And this is our first swing at it.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Bayless? I do have one. There's been some talk of updating our master plan for the arts, and it's my understanding, even if we had an updated master plan, that these funds cannot be controlled by the master plan. These are site-specific, and they get to choose how those funds are spent, whether there's a master plan or not.
Yeah, Dr. Dannenberg, that's correct. That's one of the challenges here with Prop 28. It's FAQ number 8, or one of these numbers here, and the law expressly states that this is not a disbursement of funds to the district, but disbursements to the sites, and the principals have discretion about how they're spent. Now, certainly, we work with our principals all the time about how they spend their funds. So it's always a collaboration. We spend a great deal of time in our K-12 principals meeting talking about this, trying to find that balance of serving individual communities. They have to be responsive to their parents, their students, about what they want, but also doing it in ways that sort of fit the ethos of the district. And that's a bit of a balance, and we're trying to work that out. So it's correct to say a master plan or any kind of district document would seem to be in contrast with the spirit of the law.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Bayless?
Yeah, actually, I'll follow up on that, because it's my understanding that these plans submitted by principals must be board approved. And so therefore, I mean, the legislation specifically requires that the board have oversight and influence on the final product, correct?
That is also correct, yes.
So the reason I ask that is because one of my concerns in looking through these, and I absolutely appreciate the principal's time and all of the staff time that went into this, but I have real concerns about the lack of continuity between them, the lack of integration across sites, and some of the kind of one-off type approaches to some of these programs. This is a district and a community that's invested a lot in the arts, and I would really love to see us maintain the articulation that our staff has worked so hard over the years to support. So while I encourage and appreciate the kind of unique response to sites, I have serious concerns about the lack of integration to the existing framework.
And Dr. Bayless, I just want to go back because this comment dovetails well with Dr. Dannenberg's question about that kind of guiding structure. Can you share, for the benefit of the board and also the community, just some of our initial efforts to be able to refine, revisit, and then possibly bring forward a new iteration of the Arts Master Plan, and just some of we don't have to go into too much detail, but some of our intention, because we also don't want to move too far away from that as we go forward.
Yeah. We have, this district, like many districts, has an arts master plan. It hasn't been updated in some time, so there was a desire on the part of the board and certainly from community and some arts collaborative. This is a collection of our arts teachers and administration to refine and review and refine that arts master plan. So we have a fall arts collaborative meeting where they talked about the process by which they could potentially do that, who's in the room, how would the process look. And so we had a first meeting built on defining that process with our arts teachers and our partners and board members. Several months later, this was in late fall, we had the first meeting of those designees, those representatives, and they got stuck a little bit on this question that we're talking about right now, and that is, can a master plan have influence over Prop 28? What can it say? What can it not say? And so we just took a pause, and I want to thank Director of Secondary Bobby Powers for spearheading that and just learning as we go in this new era of arts funding. So that's where we're at right now, and I know that that's kind of as a TBD, as a future board item.
Just to follow up to that, and one concern I have is that with the Prop 28 dollars, we do have 3 years to spend it. So there is a process for a waiver during this first year to say, you know, we're getting the money late, we don't really have all of our planning in place, and maybe, you know, we need some time. So I appreciated that some of our principals did that on their own. They said, I don't really know, and so I'm going to hold off on some of my money until future years. But as a district, I think I would love to see us spend some of this year's dollars building that plan. Because I think it will serve us. We know we're going to have this money for many years to come, and I think investing in a plan early is going to ensure that we're responsible stewards of the money that's coming out of Prop 28.
Yeah, I just want to comment on that. I think the vast majority of our principals are making a good faith attempt to spend money and to be responsive to what they feel like the spirit of the law is, and what the feedback they got from their staff, their students, their families. I will say that there's no need for a waiver not to spend your money year to year. You have 3 years to spend that money. The waiver process that I'm familiar with has to do with the required 80% minimum staffing. So in the law, it's pretty clear you have to spend at least 80% of your disbursement of your allocation on staffing. You can spend more, but you can't spend less than 80%. And so outlined in the FAQs, there's a proposed waiver process where you could, an LEA, a site could say to the state, hey, we tried, we couldn't hire anyone, so instead we're going to demonstrate how we tried to do that but couldn't. We had postings that went unfilled, so instead we're going to buy a piano. We're going to spend it on stuff. We think, in working with HR and classified in particular, because obviously if we hire certificated people, that counts as staffing, and that's easy, that counts into the 80%. But some contractors, some arts contractors might not want to be hired by us. If they stay contractors, that might not count in our staffing. So now where do they exist in that 80-20? But I think we have a way forward, a really flexible way forward that I think you're going to talk about a little bit later, that will help us circumvent that need for the waiver.
And let me just also, thank you, first of all, let me provide some context to Dr. Bayless's last comment about staffing. When we look at the kind of just like the actual billing and SACS code, right? So you look at services, and so when we hire someone, we have them as an employee. They show up on a different line. When you hire someone through the contract, it's technically a service that's provided, and so there's I don't want to say there's gray area because it's clear in terms of what's expected. And yet we are still going to be waiting for some guidance from the state, as there are lots of other areas where we're looking for guidance from the state. So we feel like we can make an argument there. I do want to go back also to just the concept of there's another tension that we're not talking about, which is which is even if the principals or that educational community were to delay the spending, just as you said, we have multiple years to spend. The issue actually becomes one of a different kind of challenge, which is now you have, in this case, it would be twice as much funding to spend in 1 year. So there would be a ramping up and then a very fast ramping down, because if they were successful in spending 2 years worth in 1 year, the following year you then have to reduce that by 50%. So there are some other issues in the play. So a challenge, like these are good challenges to have, and yet we have to start somewhere. So this is the first iteration of that.
But that would also be a good argument to use the services, right? Because let's say if you spend double the money in 1 year, but half the staff was service, and you convince them that is staff, then if it's a service, you can just say, we're not going to use a service anymore for that. So that hasn't been, so you're saying they haven't made a decision that if you use the money as a service, but you're hiring somebody as a service, does that count towards your 80% of the staff?
Well, I think the guidance is clear that it says staffing. What we would say is we would make an argument that even a service we are spending it on staff, as opposed to materials and supplies or something like that.
Any additional questions? Again, this is a first read. We can bring it back, or we can move approval. Not hearing a motion, I think we're going to bring this one back.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
And then since we've drawn down to the end of the conversation, if you have some specific ideas or concerns or things that we want to make sure we can turn over to staff, please be sure to share those with me, and that way I can share those with staff. Thank you.
Okay, 15D, administrative recommendation for student expulsion. Approval of administrative recommendation regarding expulsion readmission 23-06. I don't know that we need to hear any more about this, so if there's a motion.
I move that we accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee
Yes.
Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Moving to action item 16A, revisions to the exempt salary schedule, first read. Ms. Crouch.
Great, thank you. This evening, it is recommended that the Board of Education adopt the proposed changes to the classified exempt hourly salary schedule. Minor modifications are proposed, which will include establishing 8 levels of professional expert, which will help provide learning opportunities for students within VUSD. And as Dr. Bayless just talked about, particularly to help support Proposition 28, the arts and music. By creating this new structure, it would allow the district to employ classified employees or these art experts as employees to help support in these temporary exempt assignments.
Ms. Crouch, were you guys able to do a study to see that these were competitive salaries within those fields?
The structure that's being proposed is similar to what we have in place right now for our music coaches. And so what the district, what HR is doing right now is working closely with Ed Services to kind of decipher like what appropriate assignments would fall within those 8 levels of salaries.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, action items for the business services. 17A, approval of contracts exceeding $25,000. Again, this is a first read, but we can approve it tonight. And as you recall, Dr. Castro did pull 3 items off the list. Are there any questions?
Just real quick, the staffing services, that's one-on-ones when we contract through VCOE and we send a student to VCOE, and we're paying for that contract essentially.
Trustee Forsythe, yes, when you're looking at items 12 through 16, those staffing services are specific to students that are being served by the County Office of Education.
Oh yeah, 12 through, yeah.
And then I was curious what EEBG is for the CALU word recognition and fluency support. What's the funding source?
Sorry, I'm just looking real quick.
Number 3.
Right, educator effectiveness block grants.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Moving on to our conference agenda, 18A, conference agenda for the 2023 school year California School Dashboard presentation. Dr. Bayless.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Dannenberg. Trustees, the California School Dashboard is updated once yearly. It was updated in mid-December, and so this is the first board meeting since that update, so pleased to bring it before you. So just for the benefit of the public, I want to make sure that they know they can easily get there and get all the information that I'm presenting and more. There's just an incredible wealth of information contained in the dashboard. So I encourage folks to do that. So you just go to the dashboard, you put in Ventura Unified, you can look at us as a district in that purple search bar there, or you can look at specific schools. And then it gives you overviews on these metrics that I'll describe. You can go further and click on View Additional Reports, where you go to that what's in the upper right of your screen, and you can get really detailed reports. And you can even go beyond there and get even further detailed reports. So I do invite the public to engage with us on this data, because this is all very critical and center lane for what we do. All right, thank you. Next slide. So again, by way of overview, there are a collection of indicators, and so I've organized them here so that it's easy for us all to see what grade levels they apply to. So we have a suspension rate indicator, and that's sort of the conditions and climate indicator, and that applies to all grades. We have an English learner progress indicator, which is a part of the academic performance category of indicators, and that applies also to all grades. We have a couple that just apply to our seniors, college career indicator and graduation rate indicator. Those are in the academic performance category and academic engagement category. So the absenteeism indicator is just for K-8, and that's really important. So the category called academic engagement, we measure on the dashboard academic engagement in K-8 by the rate at which students attend. And we measure academic engagement in high school, the rate at which students graduate. And then also there's the collection of traditional academic indicators, 3rd, 8th, and 11th that I presented several months ago on largely CASP scores, math and English. And then there's local indicators, but those are self-assessments, so that we don't necessarily have to wait for a publishing of those. Those are ones that we send to the state and say, here's how we are doing based on conversations that we've had, reflecting on our processes, procedures, data, our staffing, et cetera. Down at the bottom there, you can see the performance bars. Low being off to the left, red, and blue being very high off to the right. So we can go to the next slide, Marianne. Okay. This is the first year post-COVID that we are seeing these color performance bars. And whenever you see color performance bar, it's always a determination about how you did this year relative to last year. It's a comparison. When you see those purple status bars, that's a 1-year snapshot. There's no comparison. And so during COVID, when year-to-year comparisons were just not helpful or not possible, we saw a lot of those performance bars. So we still have one left. We have all year-to-year comparison dials, except for the college and career indicator, which is just a status bar. There's no comparison to years past. And that's, so I think that I can pause there if there's any questions about sort of the landscape of the 2023 dashboard. All right. On to the next slide. All right. Here is our district's dashboard on all those metrics that I described in comparison to the state. Not that that is the single most important point of reference, but it provides a reference point. I used that reference point in our CASP conversations as well several months ago. You can see the academic performance indicators. There are 4 of them. Remember that English and math apply to all of our tested grades 3 through 8 and 11. Our college and career applies to our 11th graders, and our English learner progress applies to all of our students. So I'll sort of summarize good news and areas for improvement later on, but I'll touch on them as we go too. Globally, district-wide, not looking at specific student groups, and I'll talk about those a little bit later as we drill down. But we've increased in English language arts, we've increased in math, and I'll pause there because that sounds a little bit in contrast to what I said a few months ago about our CASP scores. Essentially, the narrative and the reality of our CASP scores were that they were largely flat. We had some increases, we had some bright spots, but overall, district-wide, they were largely flat. The reason why you're seeing increases, in some cases really strong double-digit increases, is because this metric on the dashboard is not just a pure performance indicator. It's also a participation indicator. It combines how well students did and how many students did it. If you have opt-outs or if you have absences such that you fall below 95%, the number of students below 95% get an automatic lowest possible score. So that means in these 2 metrics, you get distortions based on the number of opt-outs you get. So, excuse me just a second. I'll touch on that a little bit more, but again, I wanted to explain why you see increases in English and math, and yet we just talked about overall global sort of flat performance in CASP. Happy to pause at any point if you'd like me to answer questions, but you can see college and career here. Again, a status report, not a comparison report relative to last year, excuse me. But just for purposes of reference, the last time we were given a college and career indicator report, and I'll explain what that is in just a minute, this is an increase from that. So the College and Career Indicator Report is whether or not upon graduation a student is identified as prepared for college and career, or if they're almost prepared or not prepared. And there are a variety of ways to be identified as prepared. 2 semesters of dual enrollment, passing standards met on the CASP math and English, a combination of CTE pathway completion, biliteracy seal. There's a whole sort of constellation of ways students can do that. So I can answer more questions about that, but this is a key indicator for us. Grad rate, incredibly important, but also college and career because it represents a kind of a diverse, I think, very enlightened way to think about our graduates. They're not, UC A to G is important, but it's not the only thing. They measure things like whether or not they've engaged with college in high school, which statistically means they're more likely to continue in college and to finish college. So the English learner progress is...
Hold on, I actually...
Yeah, please.
Something just registered me with the mathematics and English question when you said, so where it says we're 45% below standard, but we increased 15.3%, you're saying that just because we're 43% below standard, that could mean that we didn't have enough participation and a lot of the students got the lowest score you can get, and that's why we're 45% below standard?
Dr. Bayless, just before before you answer that, there's a distinction here on where it says the points below standard. We could get very, very technical, and I'm just going to toe dip into the technical piece really quickly because it matters. A moment ago, Dr. Bayless was talking about when you have fewer than 95% of students participate, every student below 95% gets assigned a lowest obtainable scale score. They're talking about, so here, where we look at 45.3 points below the standard, what they're talking about is for that grade level, that's overall, we are 45.3 points below that standard for that grade level, overall for a district. So it's not necessarily a percentage point here, it's actually what's called the distance from standard. So the state uses this DFS frequently, but you see it most notably in the metric that Dr. Bayless was talking about, which is the lowest obtainable scale score. So just to give you a sense of how catastrophic it is, because Dr. Bayless is going to be talking about participation rates, to give you a sense of just how catastrophic it is when you have every student, that distance from standard and the lowest obtainable scale score. In ELA, there is a negative 333 point penalty for every student because that is the lowest obtainable scale score in ELA. It's different for math, but that's to give you a sense of it's that distance from standard. So that's what that number represents on this particular metric.
Yeah, so Trustee Peterson, to answer your question really succinctly, the answer is yes, it does impact us significantly. And it applies to schools, it applies to student groups, it applies to districts. So here's the good news. The good news is this year compared to last year, we've had a significant decrease in the number of opt-outs. And we've done, I just want to shout out to all of our principals. They work really hard at doing makeup tests. Makeup testing is really hard, so we have absences. So if a student doesn't opt out, but just doesn't come and doesn't ever take the test, same thing. You get the lowest obtainable score. So whereas the year prior, we had upwards of 10 groups. We had many schools and groups that were penalized because they were below the 95% threshold. Happy to report we only have 2 groups this year that were below that threshold. And we only have 2 schools that suffered this penalty. So this is the reason why we have the everyone tests policy. Yes, you can opt out of the state test, but we still need information about how you're doing, so we're going to give you an equally challenging, equally important test so that we learn something about you. So since you're going to take a test either way, why not take the CASP test?
Okay. And I know last year we did this. I can't remember if it was PAC or it was LCAP, but we went into the dashboard, learning about the dashboard, but we all can't attend, obviously, because of, so I think in the future we should have a study session about the dashboard because it was very beneficial. I don't remember going through the 95% and giving the lowest standard testers, but it was very beneficial of us understanding this, and I think this is a key part of why we are here. And if we all together can't understand it, then we're not really here for what we're supposed to be here for. So I think in the future, I think this is very important to have a study session on this so that we understand all these aspects, because you can't do it in a board meeting.
That's a great suggestion. We'll absolutely make that happen.
Yeah, I'm just holding a stack of materials printed out from the dashboard. I have plenty to work with for a study session here. So more slides. More slides is what I'm hearing.
It's going to turn into a weekend retreat. I had 2 questions. So one first to Calvin's comment. Dr. Castro, we could all attend an LCAP presentation. Is that correct? As long as we don't talk to each other and as long as it's publicly agendized.
That's correct. So we have the 2 board members who can be full participants in that meeting. If for whatever reason we had more, which again, if we had an attorney here, they would advise against it. But as long as the individuals were to sit separate from one another and not comment, they were to just sit and observe. Again, but that lends itself to...
I was going to say, it would be very, I went to it, it would be very sticky to try to stay away from it because you get so engaged in it, it's so hard to be like, oh, I can't comment on that because James already commented on it, but I really want to know, and then I don't think it would work. I mean, you can go if you think you can go and be quiet, like I couldn't. So if you're gonna, if 3 of us go, I'll be the 3rd one to step out because I know I wouldn't make it.
I don't think I can go anywhere and be quiet. But the other question I had, you mentioned that the 95% only impacted 2 groups. Could you clarify which of those 2 groups they were?
Sorry. I can. Our homeless and our students with disabilities. We have the highest non-participation rate in our students with disabilities group.
No, I appreciate you bringing this. You know, it's just I had a comment on that as well, so I appreciate you asking that about which two groups. You know, it's kind of disheartening to see the state so low. You know, I really appreciate all our teachers and educators that are really working hard to support our students academically. I mean, it's tough seeing, you know, that we're 45.3 points below the standard in mathematics. But, you know, coming out of COVID, I think this is, you know, we're heading in a positive direction. So I just wanted to make that comment that I appreciate all our educators, our teachers, ESPs, you know, really working hard for our students.
I had a question.
Can I just quickly qualify what I just said? I was remembering there's two groups that have significant impacts due to the loss scores that are applied, and so that is true, homeless and foster. We have literally one or two students where that score applies for foster youth, for African American, and for Native Hawaiian. But those one or two scores still impact, but not in the way that 21, 25 do in the other two categories. So I apologize for that.
You said homeless and disability, right?
Yeah, those are
you said homeless and foster.
Yeah.
Which is it?
Homeless and students with disabilities. I apologize. I can't remember what I said. It's
okay.
Homeless and students with disabilities. Did I misspeak? I apologize.
And then, could you clarify? So we received the letter from VCOE regarding the supports. And I may have missed it, but I feel like I read that letter 3 times. It didn't qualify which groups it was specifically referencing, so could you clarify that?
Yeah, I can take that one. Thank you. So the letter did not call attention to what that is. We receive additional feedback, basically spreadsheets from the state. So in my notes, as I stated previously, there are 2 student groups out of the 13 that triggered our eligibility for differentiated assistance. One is our foster youth group. The other is our homeless group. But even then, it's the discrepancies are between, as Dr. Bayless went over, the different indicators. So for our foster youth, there are 3 priorities, priority 4, 5, and 6. One of them is pupil achievement, so ELA and math. And again, this is one of these times where I have to toe dip into like the super technical. It isn't just like low scores. It is that you have to have a combination of either going back to that dial, that color dial, red in one of ELA or math, in both. So it could be both red or red in one category and orange in the other. So that's one thing. Chronic absenteeism is another area where we were eligible for foster youth, and then suspension rate for foster youth. Those are the 3 pupil achievement areas where we need to demonstrate improvement in order to no longer be eligible for differentiated assistance. For our homeless student population, it was 2 priorities, priorities 4 and 6. Again, pupil achievement, which I already stated how we become eligible, and also suspension rate.
So as I look at the dashboard and breaking out the information by student groups, if we look at and I apologize, this is not in your presentation, but I just went to the website. So for foster youth, we have 3 red categories, 1 orange, and 2 where there wasn't sufficient data. And for homeless youth, 3 red categories, 1 orange, 1 yellow. But we do have other groups where we have a significant amount of orange and red, but they don't qualify for the specialized assistance.
They don't trigger the differentiated assistance, but there's that doesn't mean that we're not at, yes, right, right.
And I'll just add there, again, the technical piece is, just as Dr. Bayless shared, there's a comparative piece of this. Those student groups within at least 2 or more of those priority areas would need to be in that area of high need for 2 or more years. And so that's one of the things that changes and shifts over the years. It's not that we are in any way looking at a particular metric and saying, oh, great, like we don't have to address that from a differentiated perspective, differentiated assistance perspective. It's just that we have to be noted, we have to note how we became eligible and what are those areas of the most needed improvements for the student groups.
I promise this is my last question.
That's okay.
/
There's
comment.
I have more slides.
I would echo what Calvin said about diving deep on a study session, but I think the other part that would be really helpful to us is that sometimes we look at data and then later on we look at like what we're going to do about the data, and it would be really nice to tie those things together to a conversation so that as we're talking about how we're going to address these specific issues, to talk about the tools that the district would like to employ and the resources that you need to address them, right? So rather than separate conversations.
And then it would also give us the opportunity to help you. So I know you love slides, but it can help, our conversation can help what we want to see too. So when we have the study session, because, you know, like we had a community member email saying, well, if we did poor in this group, how come it's not in your slides? And maybe we might feel that way, we might not feel that way, but to have the conversation, because we talk to the people in the community and they say, well, you guys went over all this stuff, but you didn't go over what we thought you thought should be important. So I think it could also be that study session can be collaborative, and we can get the community input from us, we can get our input, we can get your input, and so then when we do this next year, we can get closer and closer to narrow down stuff that we actually want to talk about and that the community want to see talked about as well.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback. I would be thrilled to present this more in detail, along with the work that we're doing in response to it in a study session. I do have some slides here about what we are doing in response, but I'm trying to make sure I'm not the only one talking for 4 hours tonight. So, okay. Any other questions? I
just have a quick question for you.
Sure.
Was it finalized in the updated LCAP that districts that are eligible for differentiated assistance need to be responsive in the next LCAP? Was that finalized?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that will be just kind of on the horizon. We have our mid-year report coming up, but then also we have the LCAP coming up where we're going to be talking about all of these things in particular: need, resource allocation, and then actions.
Just one more question for you. There was some question that I think you've even responded to one of the individuals about the information being a little bit different between the LCAP meeting presentation and this presentation. Would you address that, what the differences are and what it means to us?
Yeah. This presentation was designed based on that presentation that I provide. That I'm the kind of data we talk about in LCAP or in the PAC meeting. It is more detailed. Specifically, when it comes to the LCAP meeting, we're going to be talking about these things as it relates to all the specific actions and services in our LCAP underneath our 3 goals. So this is meant to provide a bit of an overview, a general understanding for the public, and with some highlights, some positives where I think we're headed in the right direction, where our metrics are showing that, and some other areas where I think we're headed in the right direction, but our metrics might not be showing it, and specifically also where places where we're just really struggling and we need to double down and make progress. So large-scale overview. In LCAP and in PAC, sometimes we dig deeper into high schools, into middle schools, into grade levels, and specific schools, because that's particularly at the Parent Advisory Committee, they're representing their specific schools. So that's why that forum offers that different opportunity to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, onward. So, in response to this data, and I hope that this will be helpful for all of you, our teams, and when I say our teams, it's our district ed services directors teams, our TOSA teams, our district, and our principals working together. This is kind of a collection of all of those thoughts about what we're doing, why we think the data is going to go one way or another in the future based on what we're doing. So, first of all, with the college and career indicator, we do have significant increases in dual enrollment, and that's across nearly all of our campuses. There might be one campus where we're struggling to make some inroads there, but in general, we're going to have significantly higher dual enrollment rates. And that is, I would argue, the easiest or quickest route towards being identified as prepared, because we automatically have one semester where a student can become to get dual enrollment with our college and career seminar, and so all they need is one more. And so we're increasing the number of CCAP during the school day classes. We're going to have upwards of potentially 3 classes at Pacific High School next semester. We have classes that Ventura College is scheduling just for our students from El Camino and from Foothill. We have a lot of Ventura High School students taking initial credit dual enrollment in the summer, and that's going up and up and up each year. So we also have, Dr. Rickard and her team has done a great job of working with CTE teachers, and we're streamlining our CTE pathways and improving on the technical side, but also on the counseling side. So I absolutely think we're headed in the right direction there, and I think the data will show that. In talking with Dr. Molinar and her team, if you recall, a couple years ago we had a pretty dramatic increase in our English language performance, and then we had a little bit of a decline. So we're sort of moving back and forth, but we didn't decline much relative to the significant increase that we made a couple years ago. But we are doing some things that we think are going to have an impact in the near future on the data. We're expanding the use of Lexia, English across the elementary grade bands. Her team has really doubled down with the LPAC pep talks and the practice LPACs with feedback to students, and having the TOSAs and the EL monitors working directly with students and parents prior to taking those LPAC tests. Much more systematic approach to helping students become familiar with LPAC test types so that they're not seeing these kind of test types for the first time. And I think our California Literature and Reading Project initiative, our literacy initiative, is going to have significant impacts for our English learners as well. And so that we're increasingly having all of our elementary staff at the lower grades trained on that. So I'm very confident that we're headed in the right direction there. We have systems and curriculum and staffing structures in place that that exceed what we've had in past years. With math performance, I've talked about a couple of math things that don't perfectly align with performance necessarily on the 11th grade CASP test, but nonetheless, there's a lot happening in our district with math. We're continuing, and this was Dr. Danberg, I'm not sure if you remember a few years ago, you spoke about this, about a D, expanding Math 1 foundation. So we're increasingly trying to remove students out of math readiness and putting them in what we're calling Math 1 foundations, which is just sort of a streamlined Math 1 credit-bearing class where even struggling students, they can get support. Those classes are smaller, Trustee Forsyth, to help those struggling students, and they don't have to start high school a year behind. And we have great teachers teaching those courses. So again, that's going to expand next year. So next year will be the fewest number of math readiness sections, with the goal of phasing them out of the district altogether. And the ones that we do have, the math readiness sections that we do have, we're trying very hard to have co-teaching with special education, so that we have math expertise and we have special education expertise in the room to help those students, because we typically have separate sections of those. So we hope to see more sections of those in the master schedules next year. The elementary has their monthly collaboratives. They're focusing on math strategies. So again, we're having an emphasis on elementary math instruction, in addition to some of the things we're doing in the middle school and the high school. And with respect to English performance, again, those required trimesterly grade level collaboratives that are happening across the district, and again, I want to thank Dr. Molinar for orchestrating that. Those are all about collaborating on instructional strategies that work and that show up in these metrics, because these metrics are important, focusing on the literacy routines and all the things that we're talking about constantly with MTSS and tiered interventions with what do we do when students struggle? Do we have good SST processes? Do we have good Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions, et cetera? And again, I want to highlight our partnership with CalLU and the California Literature and Reading Project. So these are the relatively new things that we're seeing in the district. Not new, but certainly in cases where they're not new, like dual enrollment, expanded on the academic performance indicators.
Got a quick question. English language development indicators, that's purely off of the LPAC, correct? Or does that encompass like the RFEP?
It's just progress as measured by the LPAC.
Understood.
And is Dr. Molinar here? Yeah, I got that right? Yep. Yeah, right, good.
Will do. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm happy to come back to that if there's some questions. So, Marianne, next slide, thank you. Okay. Here are the academic engagement indicators, and again, there's a different indicator for K-8, and that's the chronic absenteeism indicator, and a different indicator for the graduation rate. So lots to talk about here, and again, just for purposes of reference, VUSD on the left and California on the right. Let's talk a little bit about chronic absenteeism. Lots to be excited about here. We, let me see, I wrote this down so I wouldn't get this right. So all of our student groups, chronic absenteeism declined, which is good, except for 2, and they declined, and those either maintained or increased very, very small. So want to thank all the principals and our student support services department, Cheryl, Marianne, and her team. There's a lot of home visits. There's a lot of phone calls. There's a lot of SARB processes. There's a lot that has gone into improving our chronic absenteeism rates. So. And all individual schools decreased their chronic absenteeism rates except for one school that only increased by 0.5%. So lots of really positive things happening here. And again, I think that this metric is connected to the academic performance metrics, certainly, when kids are in school. So,
can I ask a quick question?
Yeah,
so
please.
what are the 2 groups that did not have the decline?
Okay, let me dive in here. Chronic absenteeism. So the chronic absenteeism, the foster youth, their rate increased, and the Asian student group increased as well. So foster youth and Asian. Yeah, thank you.
And
sorry, there's lots to go through here. I apologize for the delay.
And to that question, this would be like if I was giving an example, if I see a slide like this, I would like to see the top 2, lowest 2, because then you would say, they declined. You say, well, here's the 2 groups that didn't improve much. Here's the 2 groups that did the most. And then if we want to, we can go into the middle. But then I can leave away from here saying, okay, so maybe on my own, I need to go dive into these groups to see what more information I want to know about the group.
Yeah, thank you.
So like a slide like that would be tremendous help.
Okay, now I'm going to move over to graduation rate. So this is a significant one to spend some time on, because graduation rate is, these are all really important. They're all interconnected. Graduation rate is critical for us. So this is a combined 4-year and 5-year cohort graduation rate. And I think more importantly for this year, this was really a 4-year graduation rate because we had so few 5th-year graduates from the last year included. So a decline by 5% is significant, and that puts us near the bottom of the county. And I want to try to do my best to address it. It's very complicated. There are absolutely some things that we are, and we can go to the next slide, Marianne, and maybe that's the best place to do it. One of the things we're looking, there's some technicalities to this metric, and this is not by way of being defensive at all, but it's really important that people understand that when we have graduates that don't graduate in the summer, but they earn their diploma from VACE that summer, that does not count. It has to be a VUSD high school diploma. And that was a challenge for us, particularly last year, because we did not have June Boost. Staffing June Boost is really hard. Staffing summer school can be a challenge, and so we made the decision to take the staffing that we had, put it into July, and to serve those credit deficient students that were still ours and going to be ours next year. And we moved all of the senior summer seniors who needed one course, two courses to VASE. Those were not calculated in our grad rate. So they could have been, but as the state now is moving the timeline forward for when this data comes out, so this data comes out in December, and by that time it's 5 months old, so to speak. They're trying to get to the point where it comes out in October. So increasingly, we have to get that 4-year grad rate done by the end of June. And I'll just offer that the new instructional calendar that creates a longer June for us in future years is going to be a big benefit to us to be able to run the kind of June Boost to capture those seniors that are missing one class, and they can do that credit recovery, and we can still capture them in the 4-year grad rate. So the technicalities of who's included here, that's important to note. So those 5th-year graduates that were beyond the timeline to be captured in the 4-year end of June, they'll be added to next year's graduation rate, but they weren't included in this one. If you recall, last year we tried something new with our credit deficient seniors. We had prescriptive testing where students could test out of and it was really successful. We're expanding that even more. We're going to put that at sites. Last year it was done by Pacific High School. They did a great job, but it was on a Saturday. And so now we're moving it to the school day, and each sites are going to run prescriptive testing sessions. So I think that's going to help us. Let's talk a little bit about credit recovery. We have, as a result of our LCAP, as a result of COVID, full-time credit recovery teachers at Ventura and Buena. We have part-time at Foothill. That's really important to us. Ventura also has the Assets program. It's a grant, and that they have credit recovery after school. Unfortunately, Buena does not. We've applied for Buena to be a part of that grant so that we could add credit recovery staffing to it, but we've gotten rejected. However, we are appealing that most recent decision by the state to exclude Buena from the Assets grant, and I'm hopeful that our appeal will be heard and that we might be able to add Assets, another credit recovery layer to Buena. Nothing impacts graduation rate more than DNF rates, and that's always top 3 things that we're talking about in high school. And so conversations about grading policies and it has to happen, is happening, but we need to possibly have it at a more formal level at the board policy level. We have board policy on grading policies, but if that's something that the board is interested in, we can certainly go there as well.
Yeah, I did have a question about that because I was on a campus last week for an unrelated issue, and it was an elementary school campus, but it was really where it was it was the same grade, different teachers, where a student transferred, from one class to other class, and the grading was just totally different, like night and day, where this teacher emphasizes this on grading and this teacher emphasizes this, and from what I heard, it seemed like it was just, there was no policy on it, where a teacher feels if that's the way she wants to grade, that's the way they grade, or he wants to grade, that's the way it is. So I was going to ask about that in something separate, but since you brought it up, I'm assuming that in high school it could be the same. So
yes, I'll start there. That's obviously the most relevant for graduation rate. We have board policy on grading, and it's a mastery grading policy. So, however, there's ed code that says that a teacher is responsible to give the student a grade, and it can't be administratively changed, altered, contested, except for 4 things, which is, if I've memorized this correctly, it's mechanical error, bad faith, incompetence, and something else. And so we have an appeal process that a parent or a student has to initiate in order to challenge that grade. Without evidence of one of those four things, bad faith, incompetence, mechanical error happening, it is a teacher's discretion. So that doesn't mean that we don't work really closely. I know the principals and assistant principals work really closely with their teachers to make sure grade books are set up correctly, that there's point system and percentage systems all make sense, and that you're giving feedback in time for students to change their grade as opposed to surprise, you have an F. That's the only other part of ed code on grades, is that you can't fail a student unless you've given them a warning with enough time. The spirit of the law is with enough time for them to, them and a parent to have an impact on changing it. But there are policies that aren't talked about in our, there are grading elements that we probably should talk about that are not explicitly addressed in our board policies, like zeros and makeup work, and those are a lot of the things that impact students' grades in high school, which ultimately impact credit deficiency rates and graduation rates.
And just as a point, it seemed in talking, and I talked about this last year, not in this meeting, but it seems like in our district that a lot of parents feel students who we feel should succeed have more opportunities to correct their actions than students who we don't think might succeed. So you got a high-performing student, and they miss a test, and they say, well, no, you only got one makeup. If you're not there this day, you don't take it. But then they give them 2 more opportunities to do it, where maybe another section of a whole class, when they miss it, that's it. You can't, so I think we do need to look at stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you for that. Okay, I'm happy to continue.
Does the board need a break? Yeah, okay, well, let's take a short break. 10-minute break. Thank you. We're back from our short break, and so Dr. Bayless, you may continue. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. When we left off, we were speaking about graduation rates, and I think we were prepared to move on to chronic absenteeism. And again, happy to go back at any point, but chronic absenteeism was a point of strength. I think we're trending in the right direction. Not only last year's data, but the first half of this year's data is positive. So we do, again, though, have some schools that are not that are below the average that we achieved as an improvement here. So we're doing that trend analysis, and I just have to be very realistic with you. We have some very clear trends about attendance, and the banking days, those elementary banking days, particularly Friday, are our least well-attended days. And so talking about, I know that Dr. Molinar and the elementary principals are talking about ways to incentivize students to come on those days, and it's got to be fun. But we have a lot of really pronounced absentee trends in and around on either side of Thanksgiving and on either side of the winter break. So again, we need to make sure that we're making sure that all of our instructional time is really valuable, it's really meaningful, it's important, hopefully it's fun, particularly on early release Fridays. I know that I've seen a lot more attendance promotions and rewards and incentives, so we are really leaning into that, and I think we're seeing the fruit of that. And again, the more the students are here, the more they learn. All right, we can go to the next slide, Maria. Thank you. All right, suspension rate. So this is the conditions and climate indicator for all grades. So this applies to all grades. We had a slight increase, and that's a 0.5% increase. And I want to spend a little bit of time about how this metric is constructed, because it can highlight areas of weakness for us, but it can also disguise some areas of strength. This indicator is constructed on the number of students that had at least one day. So we've had a couple examples of schools that increased the number of students that were suspended, but dramatically decreased the overall number of days that students were suspended for. So obviously we want both. We want fewer students suspended, and we want a dramatically different number of days, but it does disguise the fact that we are having significantly improved metrics on the days. So just for example, and this is, again, I'm talking about this not to sort of obfuscate the areas where we need to improve, and I'll touch on those. But I want to highlight some of the things that we've been doing with restorative practices and preventing students who do get suspended from doing things that would merit a longer suspension, or then coming back and getting suspended again, which goes into our total days count that's not on the dashboard. So,
I'm sorry, can I ask a quick question
Sure.
about the colors? So in this case, blue is bad. Correct.
No.
Oh,
No,
blue is
blue's
good.
No,
Okay, so it's not an inverse thing. Okay, thank you. I'm having a hard time reading that. Thank you.
In looking at the number of days, total days of suspension right now, midway through the year, we're on track to dramatically decrease from last year. So I think we're trending in the right direction on the total number of days. Again, that's not this metric. This metric is about number of students. But I do think we're trending in the right direction here. So for example, all but one of our high schools maintained or improved. And one of our high schools, which that's where suspensions typically live in the secondary world, all of them improved except for one. And one of them that declined their suspension rate dramatically. And the one that increased their suspension rate already had the lowest suspension rate out of all of our schools. So I do think we're headed in the right direction here. We're constantly expanding our sophistication with restorative approaches, but we're also trying to do some new things as well. We have ways to expunge a student's suspension if they restore and reconcile and do some things, go through a process with a SAP counselor or go through a BRIM process. We're trying to increase the number of kinds of suspension that allow students to expunge those things from their record. We're also looking at reviving an older practice. This was before my time, but many VUSD veterans remember. I think it's called, oh, I just lost it. Project, help me. Project Secure, thank you. Where it's a kind of an in-house, it's not a suspension, but it's an in-house point of contact where they go and they're not at home, but they're getting support and counseling, and they're still getting instruction, but they're removed from the community for a little bit to give them a little bit of space to help our community restore based on whatever happened. So we're looking at reviving some of that. Some of those kinds of processes. So to go into detail now about where we need to improve. A couple highlights. We had declines in foster and EL students, and foster suspension rates were one of our higher metrics last year. So I'm really pleased that that is showing a decline this year, as well as EL students. However, we did increase in some other categories. We had increases with students with disabilities, socioeconomically disadvantaged, African American students. And so we had a good conversation today even, and we've had previous conversations with our principals about how we can be preventative. One of the things that we brought to you in the past couple months, if you recall, was the tip line. And again, I'm blanking on that too. Help me. Thank you. Speak up. And so we're really hoping to get early information so that we can intervene before there's student conflicts that produce suspensions. And so it's still a little early. We've only been using it for about a month and a half, but I think we have been able to intervene in at least a handful of conflicts that I would say would have probably ended up with suspensions with early information. So that's something that is new that we're doing as well on the suspension side. So let me pause there and see if there's any questions on the suspensions.
I have a question about for students that are suspended once, what's like the rate of them being multiple suspensions, and then looking at that compared to students that are suspended but remain sort of in-house, like you said, is there like a lower recidivism rate, I guess, for those students?
I don't have data offhand. I can look for it. I can find it and pull it on sort of recidivism rates or rates. I think what's really important for us is, one, how many, and this is not a metric that's easy to measure, how many are we preventing? Sometimes you don't know, but the Speak Up is one way to kind of try to measure how many we're preventing. I would say that my expectation is that if we were able to keep them in-house, maybe again in sort of a Project Secure, where they're removed from the community so that there's some space and we give them some special counseling. We allow for some restorative processes. That is the data on restorative processes, that it reduces recidivism. It reduces not just impact on community about that particular issue or misbehavior or violation, but it decreases the likelihood that it'll do it in the future. I don't have data offhand on that.
This might be a question that I just don't know because I'm new, but so those days when those kids are absent because they're suspended, those count as absent days for them, right? Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
So I was curious, so although I think it's great that our high schools seem to show like an increase in, decrease in suspension rates, almost all of our, well, actually all of our middle school programs had an increase. And if you dive a little deeper, it seems like there's a significant overrepresentation of students with disabilities, particularly in our middle school data. So I was just wondering if there's kind of, what some of the ideas are for addressing that. And then I know our principals look at this data and take it to heart. So I was just wondering kind of what some of the conversations around that have been.
Yeah, you're right. The metrics, the data for suspension for middle schools last year was tough. They all increased. It was a difficult year. I think channel that middle school principals, they would say, you know, they were still dealing with some of the consequences of COVID and socialization and trying to enforce rules on campus. Specifically with students with disabilities, we are, particularly through Maria Lisa Rasa's office in Student Support Services, training our assistant principals and with respect to suspensions and can we avoid a suspension here? Is there a way to intervene and provide some kind of restoration without a suspension? That's I would say none of our administrators are gunslinging suspension administrators, and I can look you all in the eye and say that's absolutely unequivocally true. They work really, really hard. The students with disabilities is challenging. I know we have great teachers in our specialized programs, emotional disturbance programs, who work really hard in concert with our administrators to provide time and space and cool downs, and we have wellness centers, and we are increasing the kinds of options and sophistication that we have for those students, for all students, but for those students that really benefit from those cool down rooms. I'm blanking on a lot today. What we call sensory rooms and those sorts of things that help students chill out a little bit. So we've also had a lot of increase in our positive behavior support planning and our school-wide PBIS structures. We've spent a lot of LCAP money on it, training with county partners, and I think that will all have a positive impact for all of our students, but specifically for our students with disabilities.
A quick question on the student with disabilities. So typically, do students with disabilities or with an IEP, do they have access to a social worker on campus? Because we have some social workers, is that correct, that are currently employed by us?
I'll just directly address the question. Yes, we have social workers on campus. If there is a related service that they need, it would be noted in their IEP.
Right, it has to be through the IEP.
But they could have access to our school personnel like any other student could have access.
Do we have ORCs at our middle schools? Like an intervention, not so much intervention, but someone to connect with the families, kind of like a social worker, but it's at a different level.
Family liaisons?
Yeah, family liaison. Yeah.
Yes, many of our sites have family liaisons. And our social workers do a lot of sort of multi-pronged work for us in the area of absenteeism, with family, substance abuse, and all things that relate to students' academic performance, their attendance, et cetera. So again, if it's connected with IEP, their IEP and its service, but it not as just automatic result of having an IEP, no.
Great, yeah, and I just wanted to kind of just put it out there that there's a lot of different services we provide and a lot of prongs and different ways we're handling the situation. And I appreciate that information, thank you.
You know, one thing, and I think it was your question, Trustee Rodriguez, that reminded me, we had an increase in our suspension rates for all 3 of our K-8s schools, and that, without finding a better way to say this, that's somewhat to be expected, right? They're adding middle school programs, and secondary students are more prone to things that might result in a suspension. They're building their capacity. We have 2 new K-8s that are building their capacities and their mechanisms for responding to those things. So I just wanted to note that doesn't necessarily describe the whole school, but it could be a result of adding a grade level, and I think that was true for Atlas and Lemon Grove in particular.
See it in Sunset, which is interesting, which was already a K-8, right? So they didn't experience that, but the 2 new ones did.
That's correct.
And as in we're talking about grading policy and suspension policies, is it the same across the board on the criteria when we suspend someone, or is it the judgment of the principal or assistant principal at that school?
That's a great question. So we don't have a definitive matrix. Student does this, they get this number of days. There's an art to it. I'd say that there are categories of things that for something that warrants a 1 to 2 day suspension is not going to generate a 5 to 10 day suspension somewhere else, or 5 day suspension somewhere else. We don't have that kind of breadth, but you do have every situation is unique. You have sometimes students that say, hey, here's what I did it, I'm willing to do this, and there might be a different consequence for that student who comes in with a different attitude or
remorse.
Yes, it's not that. I just want to make sure that I say that it's not a perfect, easy. Student brings cigarettes, or maybe that's not happening anymore. Vapes. Sorry, just dated myself. Yeah, vape to school. That it equals this. Well, okay. Were they passing off to friends? Were they taking pictures of themselves and post? There's all kinds of additional things that might impact the number of days. But again, if that's a first offense, we wouldn't suspend. But if it's a second offense, it's not going to be a 5-day at this school and a 2-day at this school. So we don't have that much range. But there's always
I'll just
conditions.
add, and this goes back to Trustee Levera's question that you asked earlier about recidivism. Part of why there's a little bit of extra effort required to look at the factors that affect the suspensions and suspension rates is when we look at the students' I'll say behavior in Q. You'll often see a lot of interventions being done, conferences. And so part of that is, and I want to reiterate what Greg said, part of it is there is an art to that, and if those things are working, then they keep doing it. And then there's also a threshold where if the level of behavior creates a safety, a significant safety issue on the campus, then the administrators and the staff they're given a hard choice. Do we continue to work through these restorative processes that we've been engaged in, or do we need to send a message to the students that this behavior, we've tried all these other elements and this behavior is unacceptable? And so that at some point, that is often where a decision has to be made, and it's not, sometimes it's a really easy decision, other times it's a more complex one.
Yeah, I do want to emphasize, and this is something that I'm really proud of and I'm pleased with our culture. Our principals and assistant principals reach out to the district often. We're constantly talking with them, specifically Maria, obviously. But that conversation is really dynamic, frequent, fluid, and those suspensions have to be sort of supported and approved by her office. So I think we have an excellent culture on that front where we don't have sort of these independent administrators doing things without any kind of collaboration or support from the district office. So,
and this is my last question on this one: are our suspension rates in our traditional high schools the same as in like continuation at Pacifica or El Camino? Are they on par, the same, or?
Well, this gives me a good chance to note that the rates are not necessarily the same, but Pacific High School, for example, since you brought up Pacific High School, declined in their rates pretty significantly. So, and if I said if, Dave, good job. And she makes it look easy, but it's a lot of hard work. And that if we ever did a study session on that, I'd probably have you come and speak about all the ways that you and your staff, because it takes a school. It takes a school to do that. Buena High School is another example where they dramatically decrease their rate. So in terms of overall rate, no, El Camino obviously has a very low rate. Students aren't there often. Foothill has a lower rate, but they struggled last year as well. They had a low rate, but they still increased their rate. And both Buena and Ventura improved their rates. Buena improved their rates significantly, and that's why you see them in the blue category. So I want to give a shout out to them as well.
Well, I brought it up because I was at a breakout session one time talking about suspension rates in different minority groups, and continually in different school districts, I saw that those continuation schools were much lower. They had a lot more interventions, a lot more alternative to suspension than traditional high schools. And it seemed across the board that those type of schools were doing some things totally different than within those districts, what those traditional high schools were doing. And I was just wondering if we should just tap into that more to figure out what they're doing and why we're not bringing that to all the high schools?
Yeah, I think that some of the difference in rates that you're noting is true. Some of it is a function of size and structure of the school. So it's fewer hours in the school day. There's a higher adult to student ratio. It's more relational. There are just some things that are different about continuation schools, and I would say even more markedly different at Pacific High School, because it just excels in that sort of total life intervention and support model. So some of the bigger schools struggle with that. They don't have their students that aren't connected to any program, and we look at that in our LCAP survey data. They don't feel like there's an adult who they can trust or on campus, all those things really matter, and that's one of the benefit of small schools. But yes, I want to emphasize the other part of it, which is yes to your point, and that's why I highlighted Deidre. I know that we are increasingly trying to use those alternate means of correction when appropriate, at all the sites, even though it might be more sophisticated at Pacific High School. Okay. More slides? Did someone say more slides? Okay. Yeah. So again, this is sort of just to remind me to emphasize some of the things I've already emphasized, and I'll just kind of peruse this here. I spoke a little bit about where we're trending, I think in a really positive direction. Again, not sort of magically, fingers crossed, but it's born of a lot of hard work from our principals and from Maria's office and Sol and Bobby. I talked a little bit about the suspension code removal restorative process, and again, that might appear like a kind of a data trick, but it's really not. It is a part of restoring. It might be something that we have to dangle out there for a family or a student to say, hey, we can remove this if you're willing to do this with us. The significant positive behavior intervention support expansion of the programs. I know we have some community circle and restorative justice seminars coming on our January 29th. So we're constantly doing these things as well. So I'm really proud of the work here. I think that my expectation is that we're gonna see improvement, and my hope is for that band of grade levels that you noted, middle schools, that we're going to specifically see an improvement there, because that's where we really struggled last year.
And Dr. Bayless, I'll just add, we touched on it, but I think what's really important, I want to give some credit to our site staff. Every single one of the students that we're talking about, where we know within these student groups, they know these students by name, they've spoken with their families, they know their story. And it doesn't matter, when you pick up the phone and they say what's going on, they know so much about these children. So yes, we are absolutely improving our processes, but one of the things that we touched on about that relational piece that's so critical, that is there at the schools, and they're doing everything they can to address that underlying issue that's causing whatever behavioral issue comes with whatever the child's trying to work through. And it is remarkable.
Yeah. I appreciate the going towards a restorative justice approach and community circles. You know, I run a lot of community circles, and just the threat of community circles really kind of changes a student's behavior. But all jokes aside, but it does help. It really does help, and it opens a dialogue between students, and it's just a very positive way of going about it. So I appreciate that.
I just wanted to also say I really appreciated the, sorry, I think there's echo. At least I hear echo, I don't know, anyway. The idea of being able to kind of erase something from the student's record moving forward, I think it's really important, particularly as they transition to the next grade span, to be able to start and feeling like you have a clean slate. Particularly because we see all those kids in middle school, right? So being able to start high school fresh and know that your past isn't necessarily following you is really nice for our students, and hopefully more of them will take advantage of that.
Yeah, I want to emphasize that our business is allowing students to reinvent themselves. I mean, that has to be fundamentally our business in all ways. Not for all students, because, right, some students are on the right track, but we absolutely have to be really good at transformation. And I think that's a part of it, so thank you for that. All right, we're nearing the end. A couple kind of summary slides. Again, I think we've talked about these things, but I do want to note the areas of positive. I think we've touched on those, and let's hover on the areas for improvement. We just spoke about suspensions. I want to go back to the graduation rates. I'm not saying this for any other reason than to be accurate. Our graduation rates are better than they appear on the dashboard because we had a lot of summer graduates. Many of them serviced by our wonderful adult education folks who are very good at it, and actually that was one of the slides we saw this morning. However, we didn't get credit for that. We don't get credit for that. So we're going to try to find ways to make sure our graduation rates increase. Period, end of sentence. We're also going to try to find ways to make sure our graduation rates on the dashboard are more accurate and reflective of what we're really doing. The academic indicator gaps, this is something that I spent a lot of time on when we talked about CASP. That is our LCAP goal number 1. It's something that we are improving on in little areas, but then in some other areas we are really struggling. And I'll just touch on the college and career indicator. The college and career indicator is probably the indicator that we have the widest range on. We have schools and some groups in the teens, lower than that, and then we have some schools and groups that are at above 90%. And maybe that speaks to how diverse our students are and how getting college and career prepared, identified, there are lots of different ways, but nonetheless, that's a really important indicator for us, for me, and I really want to squeeze that gap because it's critical that our students graduate and that they have a post-secondary means of being successful in a variety of different ways. So that's something that our team is really focused on. Let's just go to the next couple slides really quickly. So important that we celebrate growth and improvement because it is happening here. Just a big shout out to Ventura. They had the largest academic increases in math and English. They were the one school that increased in graduation rate. And again, that's not just, oh, we lucked out magically. That's a lot of hard work on the part of the counseling, administrators, teachers. And Foothill had the largest improvement in EL progress, and that's been a challenge for them for a long time. So really pleased to see them leading the pack there. And Buena High School, again, a significant decrease in suspension rate, which that's hard for comprehensive high schools. It takes a lot of effort. It takes structures. It takes a lot of support from our district, so really pleased there. And you can see some other things that I noted here that were positives. Again, not to minimize the areas of weakness and areas of deficit that we need to address, but I just want to make sure that these schools were seen and heard for the good work that they were doing, because I think every single one of them, it didn't just magically happen. It's not sort of they got a cohort bump just because the students in that cohort happen to be better than the students in the last cohort. It really is a product of hard work. So if you go to the next slide, Marianne. Just some highlights here for the elementary schools. So I know Asan is really happy about those chronic absenteeism rates. Those are big declines for 2 of our schools in the teens. So again, I'm equally as excited about that as well on the academic side. So just congratulations and thanks to the leaders and the teachers and the classified side. It takes everyone to make progress in these areas, parents included. Making sure kids come on Friday, all those kinds of things. So happy to answer any questions that didn't come up earlier.
Any other questions by board members?
Mine was just more of a statement. Are we doing statements now, or are we just doing questions? Statements? Okay. Well, my 20%. Well, first of all, I just like to me, this is the reason why I'm on the board. What we just went through right now, all the other stuff, you could literally have an accountant student in junior college come up here and say, oh, we should spend this, we should spend that. To me, this is the reason why the board is put together, to find out where we're improving, to find out where we're failing, where the board can create policy, help in policy, or give opinions from the community to help us boost those type of things. And I know sometimes it's painful for you because we're asking you, sometimes we ask you an offshoot question. So I really appreciate your preparedness for when we come to meetings like this, because I know this meeting is short. Well, not really short, but it's short enough. But I know the back work you have to do to be prepared for this meeting. And I also appreciate you taking the time to, when there's something that's failing or ask you why you're failing, I also appreciate the time you explain where it looks like this because the number looks like this, but also explaining what the principals are doing, where, like, just say the graduation rate, right? You say, look, well, it looks like we're failing, but these people didn't get captured, so I appreciate that stuff. But over the last 9 to 10 months, we've been trying to streamline things to get to this. And I think we're really headed in the right direction. But I personally, and I know a couple of people on the board as well, want more of this. And this really helps us understand what we need to do, what type of study sessions we need to have to educate ourselves together, because we can find out all of information individually, but it's not the same when we're all sitting there and going through it. So the more study sessions we can have on stuff like this and the more time we can spend on stuff like this instead of the day-to-day, I think the school district would benefit, the board's going to benefit, I think the students benefits, because that's the reason why we do it. And the more time we focus on them, the more improvements that we can do to the district to help them. So this is like, this makes me feel good. I never get tired of this type of stuff. You know, I can skip Jack in the Box as long as this is what we're is what we're going through. So I just want to show my appreciation to all the work that goes into the reason why we're here.
Yeah, I just gonna agree. Absolutely. I think this is great information. I concur. I think I really appreciate you linking everything back to our LCAP, all the different goals that we have there. You know, understanding this, understanding how the money flows, I think that's going to be very important. I think coming back to the dashboard, coming back to those areas of need when we're discussing budgetary needs and concerns would be very helpful as well. To say like, oh, we need, you know, just looking at the sheet here, like this would support this area. And then so we can justify that money being spent. So thank you for all you do. I mean, this is a great presentation. Thank you.
I echo that as well. Thank you. And then the only kind of question that I sort of had that I was thinking about is when we do talk about interventions, it's, you know, as a whole, but then how are we really addressing the, you know, the homeless and foster youth and the special needs groups that you mentioned that are really, you know, needing our help the most. So I don't know if that was more of a question or a statement, but.
No, I think that's critical. So it sounds like the question is what kinds of programs that we have are specifically tailored to those students. Yeah.
And I'll just tack on. I really appreciate the presentation, but even more so, I appreciate the intention that has gone on over the last several years to really focus our energy and our resources to support our students. And that happens, you know, 98% at our school sites. So although, you know, I appreciate the work of this team, I appreciate our site leaders, some of whom are here, and also just, you know, all of our teachers and counselors and all of those folks who are just helping make sure that every student finds their place and gets what they need to hopefully be successful. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for a thorough report. I know there's a lot more you could dig into, and hopefully we'll get to it in other ways in the future. Thank you. Okay, let's moving on to conference agenda, Human Resources, Williams Uniform Complaint Procedures Quarterly Report. Ms. Wolowitz.
I'd like to request that next time I don't have to follow that superb act. Because
why, yours is much easier.
My item is underwhelming in comparison. I am pleased to report, though, however, that this quarter we have no Williams complaints to report.
Moving on to our consent agenda. Are there any things on the consent agenda that any board members want pulled for individual discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items 21 through 25.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Coming events.
As Marianne puts this on the screen, I actually just want to thank our parent communities and the representatives who help guide our work. We touched on this at multiple points during tonight's meeting. It is absolutely critical that, one, that we bring our best to those meetings, and I feel like we do. And I just want to thank our entire community that shows up, dedicates the time focusing on the betterment of our students and their families, because we do incorporate that feedback. So you'll see in the VUSD coming events several of those advisory committee meetings, the LCAP, the PAC, the AAPC, or CDAC. We have on the horizon a Teacher of the Month celebration coming up at Balboa, and then of course a special board meeting as noted on the agenda discussing our PLA and CWA.
Thank you. And I noticed I skipped over board reports, so we'll go back to board reports. Any of the board members have anything to report?
No, I presented, I spoke at a Justice for All Women's March. I was one of the only males to be speaking, and I thought that was really cool, but I really, just want to appreciate them inviting me. I spoke on the importance of public education and literature and reading in general, so.
And I attended the parent advisory meeting in which Dr. Bayless basically did a similar presentation on our test scores, and spent a couple hours with the parents going over test scores, and again, just digging the surface really, because there's so much to go over. So again, thank you for all your hard work, Dr. Bayless, on our test scores and that.
Actually, can I revise my report?
Sure.
Dr. Castro and I participated in a second interview, or interview for the second round of CSBA Education Workforce Housing. If selected, we would be part of cohort 2.0, which provides even more specific guidance and training to us as a district in the interest of exploring workforce housing. So we should know soon if we got in.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 28, future agenda items. We have 3 listed there. Does any board member have another item they'd like to have brought forward? Any comments, Dr. Castro?
My only comment is that although it wouldn't necessarily be a future board item in this upcoming year, that we would spend some time going through the student metrics. So it's just to expect a time after we get through these next round of other special board meetings, because we're going to have several on the horizon.
But we could do another mini one of these if we wanted to on a specific subject at a board meeting, though, correct?
Absolutely.
And that
yes.
can come out of the study session. We can present that later into the board. Okay.
Absolutely. Yes.
In fact, I suggested to Dr. Castro he might want to consider coming back at our next meeting, or in the future bringing back subgroups, or
Exactly.
student subgroups, to just condense the report on it as far as the amount of time in that. But let's dig into some of those subgroups.
Under the coming events, I wanted to ask for a clarification on the in-service day that's coming up, and board participation.
And Dr. Bayless, can you share about what kind of events potentially the board would be able to participate on that day, if they chose to?
I'm so sorry. Okay.
Sorry, we're talking about the teacher in-service day on the 29th.
Yeah, we have from 8:30 to about 10, we have the all-district meeting led by Dr. Castro, and then from 10 to 12, we have 2 sessions of probably, what would you say, no, she's not here, but probably about 25 different, about 25 different options. So I think the board is welcome to any and all of them, I would assume?
What we'll do, yes.
Okay.
What I'll ask Amy to send that out, but I thought it was a good opportunity to share some of the things that are going on, so thank you for the question.
Oh.
On the classified side, can you share some of the opportunities that our staff will have?
Let me find the list here.
Absolutely. So for classified employees, all classified employees are invited to attend. We have many classified employees who are not assigned to work that day, but they're welcome to attend. It's optional. They'll be paid if they do participate. So it would be the keynote address along with the sessions that Dr. Bayless talked about. We also have some departments or sites that are doing specific training for their employees. So Food and Nutrition Services will be offering a training on customer service and food service in the morning. We've got ELOP who's doing a training from 10:30 until 2:30 with their paraeducators. Special Ed is putting on some specific training for paraeducators as well. And then HR will be hosting a couple of workshops on interview and applying for jobs, tips and tools. So we tried to get an array of topics available for classified staff as well.
I can answer that question much better now that I know. Can I? We have de-escalation strategies for lower elementary. We have ABAR practices. We have MTSS wellness for educators. We have creating positive behavior support plans. We have small group instructions, math talks, novel study, supporting duly identified students. Those are EL students and special education students. So kudos to. We also have our partners, Blue Robotics, coming and talking about how to make marine science accessible for students in elementary school with their underwater robot that they've donated free to some of our environmental studies high school courses, etc. Sorry.
So we'll ask Amy to send out just a sheet to make sure there are not too many of you in the same spot. But I do want to note what Andrea shared about our classified offerings. This is something we instituted last year to develop greater parity and then also to promote the professional learning of our classified staff. So we're excited about that.
Okay, on to item 29, board superintendent comments. Are there any board comments they'd like to make? Dr. Castro, do you have any?
No, thank you.
Okay, and I assume there's no need to go back to closed session. So hearing that, there's no need to go back to closed session. I'll move, or I'll call for a motion to move for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Danenberg?
Yes, and we'd like to thank the staff from VASE for filming us. Thank you for all you do. We really appreciate it. And we are adjourned.
Thanks, Rich.